Hello, hello. How are you? I see we're practically all on. Or are we all on? One person is missing. Let me know who's with us so I know about, the presence and etc. So this is a live course. Whoever hasn't been with me before, um, whatever you need. uh, I can't hear you, so you can only hear me. You can chat, you can write your questions on the chat here or on our group, wherever it's easier for you, so that we can have an interactive course. I'm open to questions. I love questions. If you have issues with certain clients that you want to put on the table for us, it'll make all of our class more interesting. Okay, so feel free to put information there. If I can't respond at that point, I'll incorporate it within our course in general. Okay, so this is the curriculum. I think you all have it. I'm going to send it also on our group so you can have it and we can follow along as we go. Today we're going to be having a deeper understanding of the matrix, finding the root cause. During our technician course, we went through different ways that we can do this, but today we're going to be going even deeper, trying to understand the root cause of people's issues, doing an assessment of a client. How do we do harmonic coupling, more in-depth EEG analysis and what they mean, and risk analysis. I have that in PDF, so I'll be sending you in our group information. Okay, so let's get started. Right here in our chat, we can chat together, and you can tell me who you are, who's on with us. All right, so right there, whoever is with me, so I know. All right, so here I'm going to put me. I like to put myself here because I can understand myself better, so I can analyze it. Okay, so hi Madalena. Okay, so during this course, we're 5 of us. We're Madalena, it's Kevin from China. It's Christina from Romania as well, Madalena, and Michaela, right? I think I forgot someone. Right, it's Christina and Dimitri's here from Greece. Dimitri's, I'm sorry. Yeah, because I have to have it all written in front of me. My mind sometimes is scattered everywhere. Okay, so it's Christina, Dimitris, Kevin, Michaela, and Madalena. Okay, and myself. So I'm going to put myself right now on. Okay, as we also mentioned in this technician course, is very important for us to be putting a picture of ourselves, okay, for several reasons. The picture of ourselves, first of all, it sets how we are today, okay? As people go through their therapies, they're going to get better and better, but sometimes, external factors affect us, and you can see how a person is through their picture, and they can see themselves as well, right? So it's very important for us to take a picture. How do we take a picture? For you that know, but just as a review, okay, we take a selfie. Okay, always have good lighting, right? And remember, okay, if a person is wearing glasses like myself, It's good to take it without the glasses because you can see a lot of things. You can see the face geometry. One of our classes and one of our lessons is going to be about face geometry and analyzing the face. You can see a lot of health issues from the face. So take a picture, right? And send it. Yeah, I was talking 1 second. Send it to somewhere that you can load it on your laptop, right? I could send it either on my laptop. I have WhatsApp. I have yeah, I'll send it to WhatsApp since I have my WhatsApp here. Viber, Messenger, whatever, right? Right. Okay, so let me go to my WhatsApp. Okay, you open it. You open your app to get the picture on computer. Okay, here it is. There I am. And download it, right? I downloaded it. So it's in my downloads here. Great, save and close and close. So it's ready so we can upload it on our, let's go back to the software and go to load patient picture. And I go to my download here, here. I didn't download it. My IT guy said this to me. You think too fast. You think faster than your finger or the laptop. Sometimes we have to give technology time. And that's what was happening to me. And I couldn't get connected this morning, earlier. So here, click it and download. Right. Oh no. It went into the, all right. It went, didn't go to the downloads. That's why. It usually goes to downloads. Let's just make sure. There it is, downloads. All right, so I open it. Right, so I don't need to, okay, it's there. So what we do now is go back to the software. Sorry, I confused you. If you download it, right, and you go here to load patient picture, you go to your downloads because it goes directly to your downloads, so you should see it here, and there it is. All you do is click it and it's there. Don't need to do anything else. So a good option for you and a good idea is every time you bring back a client, always go into the SOC in case something has changed in their daily life. This way, people tend to forget to tell you things, right? So say, are you using any kind of oh, Christina, one moment, because Christina can't come in. One moment. The message for Christina doesn't work. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Christina, since you're in here, let me ask her, are you in now? You can message through here. I have noticed that some people, for some reason, they can't message through the YouTube. I don't know why. Some people can, some people can't. That's why we also have our phone. So, if you can't message through the group on the YouTube channel here that we have, just message, on in the group. Right. Thank you, Christina. Yeah. You can message through the group there so everybody can see it, or on YouTube. No problem. That's what we have two solutions for any issue that someone may have or encounter. So we always go into the SOC to make sure that if anything has changed within their daily life. Are they taking antibiotic? Did they go to a dentist and they're taking antibiotic? Did they have some kind of cold? Did they stop doing exercise? Did they start doing exercise? Something happened in their daily life that perhaps increased their stress, or the SOC index questions are specifically formulated so we can see if anything has changed, and we can focus there and help them and remind them, get them back on track. So yeah, I'm not using any medication. All this is the same for me. My stress is time, that's all. But it's not stress for me. I don't feel like it's stress. Everything is good. Sugar, yeah, 1, 7. I walk every day. Alcohol, I don't drink. Coffee, I don't drink. Injuries in the past. That's surgeries. I had 2 cesareans, and why did I put 3? And one, maybe, yeah, it was because it was also one pregnancy that I lost in between. Maybe that's why I put the 3. 3 times I've been in the hospital. I've been more in the hospital. 1 for pneumonia and salmonella. 1, 2, 3. No, 3 times. I drink more than 7 glasses of water. I do want to lose another 6 kilos. I'm getting down there. So, by just closing, it saves by itself. All right. And let's calibrate and let's put our picture there, because, as I said, when you use, now, if that happens, that is a glitch. That shouldn't happen. Right. So it's not okay. The best thing is you close, and if something like that happens, just close and restart the program. The best thing is to also restart your laptop. Now, I cannot restart my laptop because we have a webinar going on and we'll lose the recording. But let's do this. Okay, we'll restart here. Glitches sometimes happens. Usually glitches are little garbage that's in Windows and little, bugs. So the best thing is just to restart your whole laptop. That's what I suggest if you do get little glitches, because it's a Windows issue. It's not a software issue. No, but if it does persist, let us know, and our IT people will be on it. Right, so I have my last picture. Let me see if everything is as it was. Great. Close. And let's go to calibration now. Right, so see, it was a little glitch. So load patient picture. We load the patient picture and calibrate. So the good thing with the picture is a person sees immediately what may be an issue. Okay, if there's puffy eyes, a little bit of puffy eyes, drink more water, lines, etc. Dry mouth. These kind of things are issues that you do see. What we do, we'll be analyzing that in the course of the face geometry. But this gives a person, a view, an awareness of how they look. A picture says 1,000 words, right? If they're off, if something's going on, or their progress too. Okay, so one of the a good thing is to take the pictures. There we go. So before I close, let's take a look here. Water cross detected. So there is a lot of humidity today here. So maybe the humidity has affected me a little bit. Zen Georgie cross detected. That has to do with a geopathic stress and electrical lines. Hartman cross, again, jewelry and metallic. Every time I wear this, something like this always comes up. Every time I wear this, because this metal probably is disrupting my flow of energy. I should stop wearing it. Okay. I had a long time to wear it. And then all of a sudden I see this again, and it reminded me why I stopped wearing it. I had forgotten that. So do you want to close? Yes. So, these are things that you can discuss with your clients, things that, if jewelry is coming up in metal and they have piercing, that's another thing. Okay. So it gives us an indication. That's why I tell people, people tell me, should I take all my jewelry off? I say, no, let's measure it, because it may not bother them, or it may bother them. So let's do the testing and go through there and prepare. And while I'm testing, we all have 3 minutes to go get some water or whatever. I'm going to go get some water for myself, and I'll be back in 3 minutes when testing is done. Okay? So I'm back. still need another minute. Okay, great. Thank you, Michaela, for backing me up. You're all my assistants. Thanks. Great. We're all here. So I see 5 people on, so we're all probably here. Dimitris, Kevin, everyone. Okay, so let's take a look at the VARHOPE first off. VARHOPE 108, which is great. The truth being said, this shows the adrenal function, right? And probably chronic fatigue, etc. My volts are at 108. Truth being said, I do feel great. I feel energetic. I am sleeping my 7 to 8 hours. I make sure that I do sleep that because I need it. My average is a little low, and this has to do either with brain function or intestinal function, because that is where serotonin is produced, right? So this shows serotonin, so it shows brain function, but also intestinal function, the small intestine, for the production of serotonin. Now it is a little low, and having said that, my intestine, there is something going on there. So that can be the reason, okay? Because if the intestine is not working correctly, then the serotonin and hormones are affected. Resistance, 57. So I was better the last time I tested myself, 57. Yeah, maybe my immune system is compromised a little bit, but I am feeling good. But, maybe I have come in contact. We'll be seeing that. So remember all these things. Hydration, 87%. I am drinking my water. I'm drinking my electrolytes. I'm good at that. But my oxygenation is low. Oxygenation has to do with your blood. It's either iron, B12, circulation issues, or respiratory issues, or a combination of everything. Okay, so we need to look into that. You jot it down, what things that are coming up. Proton electron pressure. Our goal is for our electrons to be higher than the protons. Being that right now my protons are higher than electrons means that I need more electrolytes. Even though I am drinking my electrolytes, my hydration is good. I need some more balance there, more fruits, more vegetables. Something's going on there. Maybe a little bit of salt, perhaps, as well, to help with the electrolytes. Resonant frequency pattern, 10,902. That's not bad. It's a good number. It's not close to 15. Okay. I usually prefer these numbers to be around 7,000, 8,000, but also 10,000. Up to 10,000 is good. It's not overly stressed, but it's good. It means my neurological system is on a right path. Reactance speed is good, is at 8. I'm not running with something. My phase angle is good. It's the health of my mitochondria, and 8 and above is ideal, which is great. Phase response, the way all my organs work together, 901. So again, ideal. Impedance, 1,693. Again, ideal. It means that the electrical circulation in my entire body is working perfectly, ideally. Cellular vitality, 7 out of 10, which is a good number. 8 and above is even better. 7 is normal. Anything above 6 is normal. If you want to always look for ideal numbers, I would like an 8. I would like a 9. Okay, I rarely see 10 out of 10. Okay, but the thing is, here's the thing. I noticed this, the regulatory dysfunction in organ system, EEG, ECG. This means that I'm off. For some reason, even though my numbers are in general good, I'm off. And I need some harmonization. Why? That needs more information. Why? From the numbers coming up here, it may be a blood issue, an immune issue, hormonal issue. I need to look into this more. Why am I off? Okay, because my numbers aren't so bad. All right, but one thing, even one little thing, can take a person off. Oxygenation disorder. So it's coming up here and it's coming up here. So that's double. So we have to see what's going on. Let's take a look. First off, we notice that the numbers here, the highest number is my spiritual. The spiritual means that I'm looking for more guidance, upper guidance. Looking for more upper guidance, looking for help in general, not to feel alone, probably. One moment. In general, except looking at my notes too, in case I have more information around the spiritual. Spiritual stress in general is when you feel disconnected. Okay, it's like having your body and feeling that you need to have a to-do list, and it's just going in deeper and having a feeling of a funny phase, a fuzzy phase, disconnection, a misalignment. Sometimes this also can be, I think that's more for me, but some hints can be like maybe faith fatigue. Whatever you trust, but feel silent. It's like you're not getting answers, and so you feel like there's no connection there. Or maybe your choices you feel that you've taken are wrong, and that whatever you do in life is always wrong. So that has an even deeper spiritual tension. Why am I doing all these things wrong? So I'm creating more of a stress, right? I think my spiritual stress has to do maybe a misalignment, and maybe that misalignment is creating this misalignment that the misalignment here is that, you know what, right now I've opened a new shop, right, and I'm really happy and everything's really going good and I love it and everything, but I'm doing a lot for other people and not doing things for me. And I think that's my misalignment, and that's why this is coming up. I need to do now some things for me and putting things in order, because I'm in that stage. I've kind of gotten off, and there's a misalignment because for 20 years I've been working in home and not out of home. And that has kind of like me having to wake up early and go to work and then come back at nighttime is something different. Even though it's making me really happy and I love it, that's the stress I have, that misalignment that I need to find myself. I'm tiptoeing on how to figure out my program. I'm still running, and that's the misalignment. Interesting how that came out. So, That's why I love our device, because there's always a story behind it and it's always comes up and it's so interesting. So interesting. I would have never thought about it. Why spiritual and why this when I'm feeling good? Okay, because I need to find myself in all this that I'm doing. That's why. Okay, and it may cause some physical, and it has caused a little physical pain in my back. And I'm not giving it any intention, but it's there. Okay, interesting, right? So going deeper, you could always use your little cheat sheets. And what's our little cheat sheet is Chat GBT. Why would spiritual disconnection come up? Why would disharmony, and how would that connect with me and all this? It gives you information that you may not have thought of, okay, in relation to what you're looking at. And it's great. It's great. And it's just so interesting. So next thing that we need to look at when we're looking at a deeper, let's unfold me here and see what else is coming up. So we unfolded the spiritual connection and me trying to find myself in my new program, right? And my new shop. All right, so let's take a look at the Bach flowers. I like to always look at the Bach flowers because the Bach flowers give us an indication of what's going on emotionally, okay, and what remedy the device is trying to give us to align ourselves. I don't see anything alarming here. Over 100 in the reds, just 5 items over 90. The two closest to 100 is the wild oat for uncertainty and alignment with the upper purpose, and Sharado of distrust and self. Okay, it's borderline. It's not that bad. All right, it's not concerning. And it's kind of logical because that I've opened up my new shop. So, I'm tiptoeing on around everything, but I know deep down everything's going great. So that's good. Let's go further down to the blood, because the blood is the oxygenation. Let's take a look. Now, there we go. There's 1 red item and 6 fuchsia items. Let's take a look at what it's trying to say. Starvation. I add acids to the blood electrolytes. There we go. Starvation. The addition of organic acids to the blood electrolytes represent an acid. So it's the pH. Now, having said that, truth being said is I had breakfast at 9. I ate right now at 3:30, 3:40, something like that, right before our class, because I closed my shop, came home to eat, and then I was with you. So that's 6 hours. I like to have something every 3 hours because my blood sugar lowers. So there we go with the starvation and the blood electrolytes. So that's probably why my electrolytes were off, because I had 6 hours to eat instead of every 3 hours that I have something small. Interesting. Frankincense, that is good for, detoxing any negative energies. Okay. Copper piconolate is also for hormones, red blood cells, but also good for the sugar regulation and circulation. Interesting. So acid reflux. So maybe too much acid was started developing in my body, and that's why the oxygenation came up. This is so interesting. Women's balance, etc. Because nothing else really is alarming. Like, under here, sometimes leukemia comes up, sometimes stroke comes up, heart issues come up. Nothing that alarming. The only thing here, something I saw, diabetes. Okay, yeah, because I do have, there is a tendency in my family for diabetes. I don't have diabetes, but there is a tendency, and that's why my sugar regulation, there is a sensitivity for my sugar regulation. So that this is understandable. And that's why I need to have um, every 3 hours something small to eat. I've gotten my insulin resistance down. It's a lot better. I've done exams and it's a lot better now that I've lost the weight, but it's still there. There's a tendency there. Okay. So I still need to be careful. And because today I didn't eat, I had 6 hours to eat. That's why these are coming up. Logical. Okay. I got it. So it just making me more aware that I should have had my snack with me. I like to look at bones, but I also like to return to May, not only at bones, but osteo. Due to my age, we need to look for osteoporosis. Something that is coming up, osteoporosis is not coming up. If osteoporosis is in the 90 range, it means it's osteopenia. That's the start of osteoporosis, which is reversible. Osteoporosis is not reversible, but osteopenia is reversible. Osteoporosis, you can slow the progress down, but you can't reverse it, right? So it's very important if you do see osteoporosis in the yellows and in the 90, it's osteopenia, tell them to go get an examination. It's the bone mass examination that they can do. The one thing that is coming up is osteomalacia, which is the softening of bones. Now, that can be the thing of age, okay, and estrogens. And so I need to be careful of that and not losing muscle mass, because losing muscle mass goes to losing also bone mass. One thing leads to the other. All right, the osteoporosis is in 77, so it's not a number of essence, right? Let's go clear search and go to combination doctor. Female, lipotropic, increasing circulatory disorders. So I need to walk more. I didn't walk. I walked a little this morning. I've been sitting for 6 hours. Now I'm sitting again. So after our class, I am going to go for a walk, definitely. And I need to be careful of the cervical. That's the neck area. I'm very careful in general on how I work my laptop. I don't hang my head. All right. But that being said, we still need to be careful of our bones. For some reason, that's coming up. All right. So let's go to diseases as well. Heart block, that's emotional. Hypothyroid, all right. So low back sprain, there's the low back pain that I was talking about a little earlier. Breast cancer. Now, what do we do when we see something like that? First of all, we do not alarm your client. You have to be careful, because remember, only if you're a doctor you can diagnose, and you can send them to get more exams. Now, if I have seen this breast cancer, what I would say is, have you done a mammogram lately? And they usually answer yes or no. If it's a no, then I suggest to go get it done. And they'll say, why? What do you see? Well, I do see this, but it doesn't mean something. It can be a lymph issue. Personally, I think it's all, it's everything that until I get everything settled. It's because I'm off. Personally, that's the issue. Now, radiation exposure. Now, I need to talk to my architect, because he did a great job in my new office, but he also put a wonderful server next to my desk. And I have to do something about it. I have to put some kind of insulation there, because it's next to me and I've been so many hours. Because what I've noticed is everyone I am testing ever since I've gone to my office has radiation exposure. And I'm really concerned about that server that he's put next to my desk. All right. So technology is great. My architect was so proud of the server that he put me. He says, you can see your whole office through your your phone and all this stuff. Technology is great, but there is a cost to it, and we need to be careful. And it's something that when he told me about it, it didn't click, but it's clicking now. All right, because it's not by chance that I see radiation on everyone. Everyone who I've tested these days has radiation up there, and now me too. All right, so, and that may be an issue here with the breast cancer here, and there's a connection there because it's always being a story being told. Not to mention that anything that you see above something or below something is a story. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. All right. So I need to look into that, but you understand what I mean, right? Now, if you want more information on the breast cancer, okay, one thing that you can do is, first off, go to programs and home toxicology and click on that. Okay, now look, we're going to be going into home toxicology again. We went in the technician course, but we'll be analyzing this tomorrow, I think. Tomorrow it's on the curriculum, and analyzing this even more deeply. But just the fact that I am in inflammation tissue and I'm not here on the blue side, right, is a good indication. So it just means that this is a tendency and not an issue. All right? That's one thing. But another thing also means that I need to get more light here. I need to get more left spin, more light from the sun, that is more outdoors, more electrons. And I am negative magnetic, so that's good. Okay, and I do see some swelling, some, kidney issues, and some toxicity issues as well. So these need to be analyzed. All right. But this is a way that you can see how serious the breast cancer, let's say, that's coming up is. If you see someone on the left side here, well, something's going on. Okay. That's one thing. Now, another way that you can also measure this is here by going into the individual reaction. If I'm going too fast for someone, let me know and I can answer your questions. Now, look, total reaction 40. Again, a second indication that it's not an issue. If I was reacting to breast cancer 90, it's an issue. And I would say, please go get a mammogram done. Okay. Here, with this issue coming up, well, you can always say also you can go get a thermogram. I remember the last time I was in the United States and I went to a conference, they were saying that the best thing to do now is do thermograms instead of mammograms. And the thermograms, when you go, they do tell you in printing that it doesn't take the place of a mammogram, but it's the first indication. Okay, you can do a mammogram, you can do an ultrasound, get your first indication, and there the doctor will say, okay, well, let's take a look at this even deeper, and let's go, and then go for a mammogram. But, we never say no to exams. Just to make sure if a person is programmed to go, tell them, yeah, well, go do it. It's good to do it. Okay, but here I don't see much of an issue, but go do it. Okay, just so we can be sure. Okay, there is toxicity. Okay, and one of the toxicity is radiation that's coming up. All right, and some kind of allergic reaction, but also bowel flora. There we go again. Now remember, in the Varho amperage, remember, was low, and I was saying about the bowel flora. Okay, so that's an issue there that I need to take care of, because when there's toxins in your body, the next thing that's affected is your lymphatics, and the lymphatics are the mammary glands and what have you. All right. Okay, so that's digging in deeper, right? This is digging in deeper. Now, what's one of my main issues? One of my main issues that I do want to dig deeper is the sugar regulation. All right, the sugar regulation and the diabetes. That is something that lactose is coming up. Huh. I've cut the lactose out here. Enzyme for sugar metabolism. Hypoglycemia. Right. Yeah, because if I didn't, that's why I need to eat every 3 hours. If I don't eat any every 3 hours, I get sugar spikes and insulin spikes. All right. So having said that, let's diabetes in here. Insipidus diabetes, and it's due to vasopressin deficiency, right? But also the general diabetes here. I'm going to go for the general diabetes and do an individual reaction. Okay, and it's 96, a number 96 and 97 for this diabetes one. And glucagon, 99. So let's take a look here at the chain reaction, all right? And let's put first 99. So this is telling me that at the age 29, right. I'm trying to figure out what happened back then. At age 29, it was a difficult time. I had a lot of stress back then, 1995. It was a stressful time for me. 99. Let's go to 97. And that's what triggered the sugar regulatory issues. 97. Let's see here. Again, 29. Okay, 97. So, and 96, the same thing, should be at 29 again. So at 30. So age 29 and 30 were difficult years for me, and they were difficult years for me that triggered the diabetes and sugar reactions on me, okay, that I'm facing today. It doesn't mean I had a problem back then, but that's what slowly triggered it, woke it up, and I'm here today with the insulin resistance. Okay, so I'd add this to report and close. Now let's dig even deeper to the diabetes. Let's take a look at diabetes, do the individual reaction. So I immediately rectified it at 85 because It's not a big issue. I have it under control. It's there. Okay. And I know it's there. That's why I'm careful with everything I do. I've cut the sugar out. Take care of my diet, have my proteins, and what have you, eat regularly. But I am reacting to it. It's not an issue because it rectified within just by doing the individual reaction, it rectified. That's an indication that it's not an issue as well right now. It did react because it's there, okay, and it's a bigger issue than the breast cancer, right? I need to deal with my stress. Okay, I need to deal with being allergic, some of the allergies, the lactose sensitivity that I may have may also do the thing, and it does give me an issue. Apis May, let's see how that homeopathic may help me. All right, so Apis mellifica is helps with edema and helps with inflammation. So, and redness and heat and inflammation in general. And remember, sugar diabetes is inflammation in the body. So, even though Apis mel is not indicated for glucose and not indicated in relation to diabetes, okay, but it is for inflammation and it is for swelling. Because right now there is an indication that it's not that I have diabetes. I don't have my diabetes, and my exams are good, but it's lingering there. It's a tendency that I have. That's why it's given me Apis May for the inflammation and the swelling. Okay, so that we have to understand why a homeopathic is being given to us. It's not in relation to the diabetes in itself, but for something that may trigger later on the diabetes. All right. Okay, because diabetes can create foot swelling, edema, burning sensations. And these things I do have sometimes, especially if I don't eat right. Now, because I had 6 hours to eat, well, that, and all of a sudden I ate, I do get swelling sometimes. And I did get swelling right now. So even though my blood exams are good, I do have certain symptoms, and the Apis May will help me with this. This is what it's telling me. Interesting, right? All right, so having said that, something else that we can do is start getting more information. On one information from the individual reaction, I got allergy reactions, I got the Apis May. All right, what else can I get from the matrix? I can test an item of the matrix. I'll put it return to main and test the item here. So when we test an item against the main matrix, we can get more information on what's triggering the diabetes for me. and what it may be causing and other factors involved. So, kidney stones. Now, um, magnesium deficiency. I'm taking magnesium every day. Okay, but magnesium does dissolve stones, and apparently there I have a kidney stone. Maybe that's what's in pain here, the kidney stone. And I do have a tendency for kidney stones, but I do drink a lot of water, so that helps me, but it's coming up here. Okay, and because of the tendency for the sugar regulation, it's causing me to have kidney stones. Interesting. Whooping cough, respiratory infections. Well, maybe that has to do with the oxygenation transfer dysfunction as well. Respiratory issues. Now, I do not have coughing. I just got the message here. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Michaela. Thank you. All right, so for some reason, whooping cough is coming up and respiratory infections. Maybe I've come in contact with a cold or I don't have cough right now, but maybe there is also a tendency for the low immune system, which remember my resistance is at 57. So I need to be careful because I do have a tendency for respiratory issues. I have a history of asthma, history of pneumonias. Milk thistle, I need to take some milk thistle. Okay, I will. Okay, this is what it's telling us. Renal, and again, kidney stones, second time. If you see something 2 times, 3 times, it's more of an issue. So, if you see repetitive factors coming up, that's an issue. So, kidney stones, maybe that's why it's not my back pain, but actually kidney stones. That makes more sense. What else? Adele. To lose weight, helps lose weight. Well, I'm losing the weight, so that I'm on a good track there to help me with diabetes factors, but also smoking. I don't smoke. I've never smoked. But the thing is that sometimes there are people around me that do smoke. So I'm a passive smoker sometimes. And I don't like that, but I can't do anything about it either. All right, so what do you do here? Let me see the question. The enemy of allergies. Thank you so much, Michaela. And the truth being said is, okay, so Abbas Mel is for allergies. And remember, allergies is inflammation in the body. And it reduces inflammation, basically. So that's great. This is what I need, and to reduce the inflammation and the swelling and the edema. So what do we do with this? Either, notice here, when you have your little blue box is this, right? How come it went up so much? 1 second. Anyhow, okay. So if you click once on kidney stone, just click once, it goes in the little blue box. So you load it in the little blue box. If you click it 2 times, it'll go in your little blue box, but you'll also do a therapy on it. So you're doing a quick little zap on the kidney stone issue. And I got a rectification of 45 and an excellent here for the shaping function. I can do it again and again till my rectification and excellent is excellent. 100 and excellent. Okay, and it's also in your little blue box. Remember, your little blue box is your piggyback on one hand. And so throughout your entire therapy, it'll be piggybacked. But you can also do that therapy here. So you can do each one here, doing a therapy, making sure you get your rectification and your excellent shaping function. I got 80% and excellent. Let's do it one more time to make sure that the respiratory functions, the lungs, and the glands here, tubercular glands, are clear. 96 and 56, excellent. Okay, so I got excellent, but I also got the rectification. Go to the milk thistle then. I know people who do 2-hour therapy just on the matrix, and this is how you do it. And there's different ways on how you can do it. This is one way. So I got 92% and excellent on the milk thistle. Let's go to the Vernocalcin, again for kidney stones. This is a homeopathic remedy, homeopathic remedy. 52% and excellent. Let's do it a second time. Okay, 49% and 73. Excellent. %92 rectification and excellent. Great. So let's do the Adele to help me lose the weight and help with the sugar regulation diabetes issues. 67 and excellent. Let's do it a second time. A third time. So I've got 89% rectification. We want anything over 85, okay, as rectification, and also shaping excellent. And the smoking dehab. Now, okay, it just reduces the stress around the smoking and people, smoking around me. So let's do that. And we got 70% and excellent. Let's do it one more time. And a third time. Okay, so I got 100%. So let's notice here, each time I clicked on it, I got it in the little blue box. Now, as I said before I started that, you can click it on just once. If you didn't want to do therapy, say if you don't have time and you want to do other things, but you still want all these, you want the information there, you want to have it on piggyback, all right? You can just click once on each of the item here, right? And go on to your next therapy, and it'll just be on piggyback. So having something on piggyback, you're still supporting everything that's saying, and you're not doing a therapy on it, but you're doing a slight piggyback therapy and a piggyback supporting of the items that are shown there. All right. Now we can also filter some of the items, specific items. Let's say you want to have Bach remedies for the diabetes, because we all know that stress also triggers, emotional stress and psychosomatic stress triggers diabetes. So we can filter whatever you want, like Bach flower, and do a test of diabetes against the Bach flowers, for instance. Okay. Now, let's see what came up. 6 Bach flowers came up: the mustard, the beech willow, centaury, vine, and heather Bach. Um, for mood swings, for criticism, let's say, for some bitterness. Weak will, too easily influenced. Can't say no. Vine, Bachflower, dominating, inflexible, ambitious, misuse of power, authority, controlling, helps to encourage and support rather than boss. Okay. Heather Bach, self-centered, self-concerned, maybe completely unaware and unconscious of self-absorption. Helps to create empathy for others. Okay, so it's giving me a cocktail for the diabetes for Bach flowers. So again, you can either do therapy on each one and send these Bach flowers through the cables, through the therapy. You can, let's say, access again your little blue box, show info report, and click on each one of them once to get them there. All right. You can also, let's go to Sarcos. Let's say this is a good one, Sarcos, and see which organ. Okay, for instance, here the Sarcos. If you filter Sarcos, for me, a sinusitis is coming up, which is something that here the sinus frontalis. It's the sinus areas that I do have a sensitivity from a young age. My neck area, connective tissue, okay, nerval spinal lumbar, coat of the eye, and lateral sinus as well. Okay, so these are some sarcodes that are coming up in the reds and over 100. But let's take a look with the diabetes, what sarcodes may come up. So I filter sarcodes and searching diabetes against all the sarcodes and see what story is going to come up. So you're creating a story. You're creating and trying to dig deeper to find issues. So, and relationships, right? So vertebrae, links to lower legs, ankles, feet, prostate, and reproductive. So this is interesting. So remember, diabetes, one of the things that diabetes does affect is a circulatory issue. And, my lower legs for years now, and truth being said, I remember now at the age of 29, and even though I was young, I had sometimes, there were days that my legs were so swollen that I couldn't even put my shoes on. And there's the reason. Really interesting about the diabetes and it's the lower legs. Now I really control now what I'm eating, so that's good. But back then I was eating a lot of sugar. I was eating things that I shouldn't have been eating, really. And there it is. Heart nerve branches to the heart probably have been affected because of this. Okay, lower right tooth, lateral incisor, lower right tooth, okay, which is directly connected to the kidney. All right, lower limb, lacrimal gland, the eye. Lacrimal gland is where tears are formed. Okay, maybe there's something going on there. Let me see something. Huh. So high blood sugar damages all the nerves. This we know. And here are the nerves and the heart nerves, but it also reduces the tear production and the neurons, and neuropathy hits the lacrimal gland. Interesting. So symptoms like burning, stinging, gritty feeling, blurry vision. Um, Statistics: 50% of diabetics have dry eye. So there's a dysfunction, but also the lacrimal gland dysfunction is inflammation from the gland output. So less tear fluid, more blood flow is going on there, feels dry. So my eyes are feeling a little dry today. Having said that, okay, and does create conjunctivitis. And again, it's giving what heals the lacrimal gland of diabetes. Some homeopathic remedies, again, is apis may, because if eyes are puffy, stinging, and burning, apis may will help with this. Also, natrium muriaticum is also good for that, the sensation of sand and, uh, dry eye. And euphrasia, again, for nasal discharge and eyes watering, wind, etc. So dry eyes in diabetes is usually diabetes in itself. Omega-3s are also very important. You can also do warm compresses. So this is really interesting, right? So, nothing is by chance when you see these things, and everything is interrelated. And again, the eye sarcode. We saw something else with the eyes coming up as well. And this is the third time eyes coming up. And let's always go to what the index number, there's also another hint here. Go to index number. Let's go there and stem cell for regeneration. So I like to always load those items in the info report. All right. So you see how we work with this? We can go to the sarcos. You can also go to, let's say, vitamins. What vitamins will help me for my diabetes? In general, we see B5. We see, again for kidney stones here. Estrovite for estrogen metabolism. Immune function, immune booster, etc. Ginseng would also be good, but let's see in general, this is what I need, but let's see specifically for the diabetes, test against the vitamins. So you can test against minerals, you can test against amino acids, you can do any kind of filter and test your diabetes or test whatever you put there against that subfilter, and you get your story. Now, I need a multiple of B complex for relaxing the neurological system. B's and all the B's are for the neurological system. Tyrosine, interesting. Now, tyrosine is usually for the thyroid. And for hypothyroid, somewhere we saw hypothyroid for me. We did something here, and I think it was for the breast cancer, right? The hypothyroid. The hypothyroid was for that came up was for the breast cancer, but it's coming up here also for the diabetes. It's the endocrine system. Okay, B5 again. Omega-3, 6, 7, 9. I preferred only omega-3. All right, so omega-3 is very important. So I need omega-3, I need vitamin K, I need vitamin D, I need multivitamin, I need tyrosine, all right, and B5. and all the B's. So B's in general. B's, omegas, tyrosine, and D. Okay, so again, I can either double click on each one of them or click each item once. Let's make sure that they came in here. Ugh. What did I do? I clicked on test improvement. Okay, let me show you. Nothing is by chance. For some reason, I did this. I'll show you what I clicked. I clicked on test improvement. Usually we do that at the end of the session to see the improvement of what we've done. But I can still see an improvement of what I've done so far. Let's see. Nothing is by chance, right? I never showed you guys this in the technician course. So it's a 1.5 retest to see how we did so far. I've noticed that when I do work the matrix, I do get good results. Okay, because you're working specific on what and deep in what a person needs on their specific issue. You see the time remaining here. So I got, so far of what we did, we got a 61% improvement on the VARHOPE. So a VARHOPE improvement, all right, on what we did. So far, we got a 61% improvement. And what I did was I did the retest and test VARHOPE improvement. And that does a 1.5 minute on what you've done. Now, I used to always do this for sessions at the end, but I'm going to tell you my experience on this. Sometimes it's not good because if you don't get a good improvement, people do tend to say, oh, you didn't do your job good. All right. And it's not like that. It's also, it's what you've done, but it's also what they receive at this moment. For instance, I have had people that didn't get a good VARHOPE improvement. It was a low VARHOPE improvement, but they went home and the next day they called me and they said to me, Malvina, I'm calling you just so you know, I am feeling great. I don't know why the improvement was like that, but I'm feeling great. And the truth being said is the improvement says at this point, I'm testing you right now and see how much percentage you got of the therapy right now. So right now, I got 61% improvement at this point. If I got a 30%, it means that the next 3 days that will pass, because remember, our therapy is still working on a person even though they leave, right? It's still working another 3 days. So the 30%, let's say if I got 31% now, it would be 31%, but tomorrow it would be like 61 or 70 or 80. Okay, it starts going up as time progresses within the 3-day period. So but the 61% is telling me that I got most of the therapy already now. Okay, but I'm just saying that some clients that don't understand that and just don't hear it and just see the numbers, beware, because sometimes it's best not to do it. I've stopped doing it all in general. Okay, because some people were just not, let's say, positive to it, and I didn't want to get into that because you want a person to feel good, and everybody feels good. There's not one person that I know that doesn't feel good, but if they don't see that with percentage, sometimes they're just stuck on percentages. Okay. So, yeah, you have the option to do it, but okay, do it to people that, know you, understand you, not that are already have a hesitation towards you as a therapist or in the therapy itself. Okay. So, having said that, let's go to the here. This is what I wanted to show you, the info report, and that I just clicked on everything once. It doesn't have to be open. It's still, all the items that I clicked are still here, right? So you can do the same with anything. Like, say if you want to see what virus is connected to diabetes, because sometimes they say that diabetes can be triggered by a virus. I know a lot of people that after COVID came out and after they went through COVID, they got diabetes. I remember back during COVID days that the Children's Hospital here in Greece, in Athens, were full of the endocrine department for diabetes, for child type diabetes, were full after COVID. It does, viruses do trigger also diabetes, just as it may trigger also autoimmune. So you can do like a test against, let's say, virus and see what virus may have triggered mine. I think it's all the stress in 1995, just how that came up. Just makes so much sense. All right, so tonifies kidney, smallpox, herpes. I never got herpes zoster, but I used to get herpes a lot. Herpes, the cold sores. Infected eye, occipital pain, parvovirus, the leptospira canine dog virus can affect humans from contact. Headaches do result. Interesting. Now, I have had 2 dogs. Now, if they had one of those viruses, you just never know. All right. And it's connected with the triggering of the diabetes. So, I can, again, click on all these. I like to respect whatever comes up in my nucleus. Why? Because I believe it and I respect it. For some reason, it's coming up. Okay? For some reason, it is coming up. So, virus, any kind of filter, right? Now, digging even deeper, we have an option here for acute and harmonic complaint. Now, what's this? In the technician course, I always showed you that on the first item, we put the red. We put on the first item here in the red tray, and 2 or 3 items in the purple tray, right? We also can do something else. Let's, again, check for diabetes. I want more information about this diabetes thing with me. Okay. I don't have a main issue that I'm dealing with. My health is good. But, this is something that I am wary, because diabetes is a tricky disease. Okay. It can come upon you without you even realizing it. So, and because I have it in my family history, I do want to be careful. So let me load that in my red tray and watch what happens. I don't know if you ever noticed it, but look what happens. As soon as I drop on the red tray an item, these 4 buttons appear, right? So let's return to main. And it says check for mental echo, check for causal, check for etheric, and check for curative. Now let's look for the mental echo of diabetes. These are things that I think of that are stressing me. Mental echo. All right, so things that are affecting my mental echo. Not only what I'm thinking of, but what is affecting my brain, all right, and my thoughts, and etc. So I see alumni tablets. Alumni tablets has to do with aluminum. Now, aluminum has to do also with attention deficit. So, aluminum, maybe heavy metals, something's going on there. Sensitivity to pollen for grass. Okay, now it's the spring season. A lot of pollen, a lot of, those things are in the air, so maybe causing an issue. Pathara Ma. I love Pathara Ma remedies. Pathara Ma remedies all have to do with the spiritual, okay, healing, and the creative power of the Hara is restored within me. Now, let me ask my friend. I'll tell you what I wrote. So I put, how about Patharama and the power of Hara being restored within me? What could that possibly mean in relation to diabetes? So Hara and Patharama. Hara is a Japanese energy medicine term for vital centers, the vital center, 2 inches just below your navel. It's your powerhouse, it's your will house, it's the physical gut wisdom, the center of gravity, the body and spirit. So when Hara is strong, you're grounded, decisive, and digest life well. Um, so basically, when the Pathara Ha Ma and the creative power of Hara, it sounds like I'm looking for a divine guiding force. Remember, the spirituality is one thing that came up for me in the first little blue box, the spiritual and the guiding force. I want a guiding force. I want an alignment to help align me and reclaim my power, okay, my gut center, my life force, stability, etc. So, in general, um, in general, diabetes often is a factor that I'm not digesting the sweetness of life enough. All right. Or I need the ability to receive, to nourish, to be loved. Okay. So, sweetness again of life. Um, and a feeling of being drained. All right, so this will help me align myself, the Pathara Ma, and the power of Hara being restored. So it's also helping me to get the sweetness of life back. All right, so the diabetes is not triggered. There's a parasite formula, like a certain parasites as is with viruses can, trigger the diabetes. The remedy again for the eyes, there again for the eyes, it's coming up. Okay. and the metal toxins. There's metal toxins being found in the body. So, all right. So again, I checked for the mental echo of diabetes, and these things came up because these may be thoughts in my mind, in my mental thoughts, or psychological patterns replaying in me. So, having said that, metal toxins are coming up, aluminum, other metal toxins. I need to help with my eyes that are around here. That's, again and again with the upper guidance, help and assistance. All right, that's what's coming up. So again, I can use these in my little blue box or double click each one till we get a good rectification and a good shaping function. Let's take a look here. Where's my little blue box? Show info box. So look, I loaded them. CMV, what's this? Tuck. Aluminum, there, and there. All right, so I've loaded those. Let's take a look, return to main, and let's take a look at the causal echo, the cause of my issues. So the difference between mental echo and causal echo is mental echoes are things that are replayed in your head, and why did I do this or why did I do that, and things that are jumping out in thoughts, right? Whereas causal echo has to do with replaying in your life, patterns in your life, circumstances bouncing back in your life. These are the causal echo. Has to also do with spirituality, karmic tendencies, the lessons that we learn in life. So let's take a look for the diabetes and the causal echo. Pain, for pain regulation. So why I have to look for pain. And the truth being said is that ever since I regulated my sugar, the sugar regulation, I stopped getting headaches. This is not by chance, and the pain. So I regulated the pain through cutting out sugar and fixing my dietary plan and not having headaches anymore. Okay, this was the tendency and the life pattern that I had for years of headaches that were giving me the indication that something wasn't going right. All right, DNA, RNA function. Okay, yeah, something is going on definitely with the tendencies in my family and the RNA function, remedy of bowels, okay, immune deficiency, pesticides, etc., and mimicking estrogens, increasing weight. All right, I did gain a lot of weight. Apple granuloma, this is a lymphoid, kind of like a cellular structure that has formed It's usually either in the gum area or in the brain, at the root of the tooth. There it goes. There it says. So something's being formed there. Now, this morning, I pressed on my tooth and it was kind of hurting. So if a tooth hurts and you haven't like banged it somewhere, it can be because some at the root of the tooth something is growing. That can be that too. And I had thought about it this morning. Now, the etheric echo. Let's look at the etheric echo. No, the etheric echo is that electrical body of the aura closest to your physical you. Okay, it's where it holds vitality. Trauma imprints are there. There is memory around that our cellular structure in our first layer, the etheric layer. It's where thoughts are, feelings are, okay, traumas are embedded there. As I said, cellular memory, fears, fatigue, okay. Body always remembers trauma and wherever you're stuck in a certain situation. All right, so that's the etheric. Now let's see what came up. Thank you, Michaela. These are great explanations, Michaela. These are great. Thanks for sharing them with us. And you can all share your thoughts on all this. This is really good because it will go even deeper with each of your knowledges on each area. Now, here the etheric and the traumas that are related nearest to your physical body. And for me, for the diabetes, is coming up here. Chivalry, young, living, calm, empowering, open up energy, feelings of strength, giving me more peace, and courage and trustworthiness to move forward. Okay, possibly these are from past traumas. So it's giving me remedies to get over my past traumas. Asparagus fumigatus, this is for past fungus. And remember, there is a lot of fungus relation with diabetes and immune weakness there. So I used to eat a lot of sugar. So that is definitely an issue. Dysfunction DNA, heredity, that's the hereditary issue. Ear sarcode, okay. And again, limb and facial pain. Okay, again with the eye. All right. Let's look at the curative, what I need to help me cure. So as I said, these you can do therapy, each one. And as I said, you can be here an entire session just working on the matrix and getting information and working specifically on specific things. Again, in order to cure, I need to cure the fungus. I need to reverse the degenerative disease because diabetes is a degenerative disease, a type of cancer. The chronic cough and the pneumonia, I have that in my history. Some facial expression, muscle sarcode, rosewood. Now, antibacterial, fungal, infection, parasitic, and wound care. Rosewood. Okay, in general, I love rose. Rose is one of my favorites in all perfume. I love rose. So it's giving me rosewood as an antibacterial, fungal, and anti-parasitic, etc. And rose is full of vitamin C. All right, but rosewood, the wood of the rose. Okay. So having said that, when we do all four, we got some information here, right? We can then see the harmonics of whatever is involved. First of all, I saw a lot of fungus, right? We saw fungus. So let's go into the fungus here. Where's my cursor? Here. Fungus. And we see here fungus, blastomycosis. All right, let's put that there. And also this congestion in blood. This is interesting. And thrombocytes. Okay, so I put those two fungus items here because why did I do it? I did this because I saw a lot of fungus coming up under the mental, causal, etheric, and curative, right? So I chose fungus. And as soon as I put one item in the purple box, these two buttons came up for the check harmonic compatibility and search harmonic. Let's check harmonic compatibility between diabetes and these two fungus items. Did I choose them right? Is there a compatibility between these two? So, digging deeper and seeing what is there as harmonics. So, harmonic compatibility 56, not a big one. I do have a reaction for the diabetes, but there is no harmonic compatibility between these. So, no. How about what else was there that came up under the physical causes, etc.? The harm. That's where the pictures are very important. But having said that, we do have the info report. So let's see some of the items here that came up that I did click. Metal toxins. Let's go for metal toxins. Search item metal. Okay, and let's see. There's lead here. Let's empty below and put lead. I do have 2 amalgam fillings. Let's put that. And aluminum, because aluminum also, aluminum metallicum. Aluminum. Okay, I'll put aluminum detox too. So let's do a little check for harmonic compatibility and see what comes up. Again, harmonic compatibility 52. That's not what really triggered me. I mean, it's there, it's coming up, but it's not there for the connection. Okay, what else was there that was coming up? Digging deeper. How about the virus? Let's go to viruses. And The virus, like premature aging parvovirus. Empty below. Which let's look aging virus. I'm under virus looking for the aging virus here. I'll put that, but also not only the aging virus, it was the, how's it called? Parvovirus. Okay, here. Okay, so I'm putting those two because those came up in one of the echoes. So let's check compatibility again. Okay, there's more of a compatibility there. That's 60% compatible. Okay, how about if because I put both, let me put just one of them and check for let's close this and check for harmonic. Maybe it's the, canine virus. 64. Is that 54 or 64? Was that? It's 54. It's less. So maybe it was the parvovirus. The parvovirus. Let's go. Oh no, that's the one I put. How about the aging virus? Okay, and let's do that one. $58. Still not high enough for the harmonic compatibility. I'm looking for something else. Now, digging deeper. What else? How about the vitamin deficiency? How about like vitamin D and etc.? The vitamin deficiency is another issue coming up. Tyrosine. There's also the tyrosine. The tyrosine. Okay, let's empty here and put that. Okay, checking the endocrine system. Maybe the hypothyroidism has triggered the diabetes in itself. 57. Nope. So, digging deeper, again, toxic burden, fungus is coming up. There are issues that are coming up, but, maybe we'll never even find a high number because of diabetes. I don't have diabetes right now. So maybe that's why a specific item is not being found. Could be. Let's see what else here. It was tyrosine, the neurological. I don't see something else. Then it's for the eyes, but it's not the eyes as a harmonic compatibility. Let's see the eyes. Oculomotor nerve disorder. Let's empty here below and see if there is a nerve disorder being a harmonic link between the two. No, there is a link. It's still over, just the fact that it's over 50%, there is a link there, but I don't have really high numbers. That's what I'm looking for. Maybe I'll never get the high numbers because the high numbers means that maybe I need to have diabetes. Can be, and because I don't, that's why. So let's just leave it at that. Having said that, all right, let's search for harmonic value. So far, I was searching on my own, but we can search for an item. Look. Okay, so the unique formula of serum for the face and nice balance for the texture. Facial serum for diabetes. What's the connection there? Okay, now this is really interesting. So, this is really interesting. The diabetes, there is a skin connection with diabetes. There's a skin diabetes connection, and it's real because diabetes affects the skin and it creates dryness, of course, the slow healing. Excess sugar binds to collagen and sugar sag, and so you have premature aging and inflammation, redness, sensitivity, barrier breakdown. This is really, really interesting. So it's giving me, and that's why, the truth being said, I use an amazing serum. It's a Korean based with technology serum. That's really truly amazing. And when I put it on, it just like feels like my skin just absorbs it. And this is what I need. Really interesting. So it's affecting my skin. Okay. So let's empty below and put the harmonic coupling here. And let's look at the compatibility. So if I was trying to find it on my own, I couldn't. Let me see. Now this makes sense. It's only 54. There's a 32% reaction, but whatever the case, pulsatilla, lymphatics, all right. It gave me this because I need facial serum, and the fact that is the diabetes is aging me quicker, and I need to stop it. It's aged me. That's why the premature aging virus came up. A story is always trying to be told here. All right, so this is interesting. Having said that, what we want to do now is you will notice if I pulled this down that two more buttons came up. I will leave the facial serum here. I will leave the diabetes, and I'll start with these buttons. This is a long process, and because our program says 6 to 6:30, we have a break. Let's take our break and we'll resume at 6:30. Okay, and we'll be together. So I'll leave the recording on because I don't want to close it. I don't know if I can pause it. I could only end it. I can't pause it. Okay, so I'll leave it running for a half an hour. Okay, and we'll be back. Okay, see you in a half at 6:30. Okay, we'll be together because we still have a lot to go over. 6:30. See you soon. Hello, hello. We're back. You had a little quick time flies, right? A quick break, time just flies. So we're all here. Hope we are. So I just saw Madalena. Where does the compatibility show? Yeah, sorry, maybe I wasn't. Sometimes I um, I assume when we see it. There's so much to see in this screen. So let me just show you one more time. If I put an item here, let me put this, clear it, empty, and I put this back here. Check for harmonic compatibility. Let me show you. I didn't see the question, so I'm so sorry. So you see the harmonic percentage here. It says 59% harmonic percentage here. I think on the screen, because of the video and the pixel analysis is not so good. It doesn't show the percentage really good. It's here. The percentage is here. Harmonic, a little red thing here, and it's 59% here on my screen. 59 is above 50, so there is anything above 50 means there is some kind of compatibility, but it's not so high. We haven't gotten a really high number. The highest number we got was like 60. The serum here for the face is 59. Okay. So having said that, and then you always take a look at what the story is being told here. Detox link, easily distracted. Yeah, diabetes does that. It makes you distracted. It makes you unfocused. It does things like that. So that's an issue. And Thuya is giving me some Thuya here. All right. So having said that, let's proceed with here that it says these little buttons. So these two buttons came and it says like an emotional focus for the diabetes and the skin issue, the connection with the skin. Emotional focus. Let's see what's going to come up. Stories are digging deeper and deeper. So what came up? Lettuce. Sensitivity can ID excess testosterone, emotional remedy for sexual disorders, beneficial, Lettuce is blood type O beneficial. I am blood type O. So lettuce will help with the sensitivity of testosterone and emotional remedy. Okay, Graves' disease, thyroid disorder. All right. Okay, doesn't mean I have Graves' disease, but thyroid sensitivity, definitely I do. Bones of thoracic spine. Okay. Carcinosin, cancer risk, indigestion, mammary pain, induration of glands, risk of tendencies, etc. So I need to be careful of the endocrine system, of the cancer risk, etc. Okay, with these having, because diabetes is an inflammatory degenerative issue, okay, that may go on to other more serious things. So this is coming up. So each one of these, you can do a therapy, or you can load them just by clicking once in the little blue box, and the once to get them in the little blue box. Let me show you what I just did. I clicked on them once. Where is the reporting here? Show info report. There we go. They didn't go. So let me do it one more time. There we go. They came up. Sometimes what I notice when I'm doing the videos and the YouTube, the software gets a little slower. All right, that's okay. but they're here. Okay, the lettuce, the grave, the bones, the carcinosin. Okay, so you can do that just once, load them as a piggyback, or you can do a therapy and get the rectification there by double clicking. Depends on what you want. So let's do the homeo focus. And you'll notice once you click on the homeo focus, another button comes up. There's like 5, 6 buttons. I still have more to show you there. Okay, so homeo focus is coming up. Cashew nuts, BTO avoid. So me as a blood type O, I should avoid cashews. Okay, and it's coming up as an allergy type. All right, so I can click on that to get that on the piggyback. All right, to help me detox from cashews since I'm blood type O. Hypoplasia of red blood cells, sickle cell anemia. I do have a type of anemia. I have a type of anemia that that's why this is coming up. So there's an issue there. Salicylic acid for aspirin. Okay, I'll click on that. Bile. The digestive process in the small intestine made in the liver, stored in the gallbladder and large intestine. So I do have a tendency to get stones in my gallbladder, okay, and that's from the production of bile. Bayberry acts on liver jaundice, etc. So, till now, milk thistle came up. Now the bile for the gallbladder. Now for the bayberry. Definitely, liver is an issue for diabetes, and so is the kidneys and the kidney stones. So I need to be careful of that. Ellagic acid, that's a fatty acid, can cause cancer cells to destroy themselves in the toxic fatty acid used in tissues and neural regulation in brain. So I need omega-3s, good fatty acids. So, click on each one of these. And it's telling me that I need to focus on these items. So I need to focus on my liver. I need to focus on my blood. I need to focus on omegas. And again, they're good for the liver, the brain, etc. Let's do the general focus. And you'll see another button that came up, the top 6, homeopathic. Now we're doing the general focus. Okay, so what came up with a general focus is the hemoglobin, diabetes risks for excess sugar, okay? Malt, again, strengthens stomach and digestion and blocks stifled emotional fusion. Ascites, a swollen stomach. Now, for years I had swollen stomach, a really swollen stomach, and it is getting smaller now with everything I'm doing. And there it is. It's a swollen stomach, tummy from the issue of the diabetes and the tendency towards there, and blood pressure. I was getting, even with the weight gain, I was getting high blood pressure. That's all good now. Regulation of hepatic protection functions for the liver. Truth being said is this past year and a half, I'm very careful with my what I'm eating, and very careful with the liver toxins. Okay, I'm taking care of my liver and protecting my liver. Okay, so these are important for this, and that's why it's the general focus. Let's giving me information of what I need to do, that I've already done it, and it's telling me to continue. In other words, all right, I'm doing a good job. Let's do the top 6 homeopathic, and no other button came up. That's the last button. So it was 4 buttons. I thought one more thing would come up. Okay. So in addition to what was there before up to here, The top 6 homeopathic items under that is the Narayani male balance. So, hormonal balance, the male part of me. Okay, hay dust. I'm allergic to dust and hay dust and seafood. So B, blood type O is beneficial, but avoid pickled herring. Okay, so herring in general is good for me. Coffee complex increases my hypertension, anxiety, insomnia, nervousness. That's why I've cut coffee for the last year and a half. I don't drink coffee. Rationalization reacts from excess or suppression. Nazi, crack, amphetamine. That's drugs. Okay, so past, present use. I haven't. There's a sensitivity. Thank God I have never taken anything like that. Now, why would something like this come up if I've never taken something like that? Maybe as a homeopathic, it wants me to relax. Not to take anything, but as a homeopathic, the little like is what the homeopathic is using. So that's what maybe I need to relax me. Okay, so I've loaded that. So you have to be careful. Yeah, you can't tell your clients go take something like that. But as a homeopathic, it's just like homeopathics. They choose certain poisons, venoms, etc. That like cures like. All right. Okay. So there they are. I did just the Narayani, the hay dust, the herring, coffee complex rationalization, and the amphetamine. There it is. Okay, so that's how we do all the harmonics and working with the matrix and going deep within the matrix. And by loading everything here, you can load your report items. Report items are loaded and they're piggybacked. Okay, now, one quick way of when you want to assess a client, because in our curriculum, we're saying how to assess a client. The client comes into you and they don't have something specific, all right, but they want to see how they are. Okay, the first thing you do is you do their EEG and ECG. I'm going to go in there and discuss that with you. But after you do the EEG and ECG, you do your testing and you will get your VARHOPE. You analyze the VARHOPE, you see what they're doing and what they're not doing. All right. You take a look at what the main filters, the blood, the chromosomes, the diseases, and you get an idea. Another thing that you need to do is you go to causes and aggravations. Okay. And you see the main cause for me is whatever's over 100 is job stress. Okay, interesting. Desire stress, my wants. All right. Those stress me. Now, overeating also stresses me. That's excess nutrients. Excess nutrients means overeating or eating too much of the same things. I know for me, I have a variety of food, but when I do overeat, it bothers me. Okay, so that's what that's saying. Aggravations, what aggravates me is a certain trauma. That needs more. Is it psychological trauma? Is it physical trauma? I have to look into that. Why? What's going on there? Allergic reactions to certain things. I have to look into that. Why that's coming up. Family stress. Okay. And borderline at 100 desires. It's my wants, what I want. Okay. So that is desires. So that you can discuss with your client. Another factor or ways in assessing your client is you have your little blue box here and you start adding some of the items here, like add AccuFive. Add AccuFive. I don't have anything over 100 in the AccuFive system, the main acupuncture point systems. The highest number is 99, which is borderline, which is the lung, large intestine meridian. That has to do with letting go of past hurts, okay, and past hurts in general. So that's borderline. It's not so bad, but it is borderline. That's an issue. Going to the next one is body fat and risk profile. Let's take a look at that. My body fat is at 38%. Now, 38%, at least it's not over 40. That was really high. 38 is not bad. I do want to get that lower. I'm at a good level, progressing. So 38% is still overweight. I need to get it down to around 30%, 25 to 30%. All right, to say that I'm at a good level. All right, it's at 38 is still overweight, but having said that, it used to be over 40. So now I'm getting there. Still needs work. Okay. Another thing that you can look at here is the hyperreactant report. Now, the hyperreactant report gives us some information on what I am reacting to. I do react to odors due to my respiratory issues. It was saying the lactose. I need to be careful of lactose and animal hair. Animal hair, I do have a cat in the house, so maybe that's what is it? Food allergies. I do have food allergies. That's why I'm so careful of what I do eat, and the sugar allergies. Wow. Sensitivity to sugar. There we go. All right. I need to be careful with the sugar use. It's saying here. All right. Next, ISOD no-sode report. Okay. ISOD no-sode report. Simple, a no-sode of concern is simple functioning prescribing. No-sodes of concern here. Miasms. I have to look into tendencies from heredity and miasms. Lymphogranulomatosis, toxic and infectious lymph. Now, remember in the beginning, radiation was coming up and breast cancer was coming up. Now, lymphogranulomatosis, that is another issue in correlation of what was going on there. GI secretion, cerebroglobin, toxic bowel, and malabsorption. Okay. So these also give us some information of what's going on. Reporting, that was the ISO no-SOD. Now, this is demographics, a larger report. We didn't go into that. Add SAR-code report. Let's take a look. The SAR-code report. Okay, doesn't load anything. Add Vindicate. That doesn't load anything either. So there we go. That's that. And that's some additional information. And I've already showed you the simplicity report. Right? That was part of the technician course. So in essence, that's how we assess a client, all right? And in correlation with the risk and EEG, ECG. Now let's go a little bit into the EEG, ECG. Because I want to show you, and I'm going to send you. Now this is a demo mode, so I don't have an EEG and ECG. I'm just going to get some, let's say, risks here. If yours is a straight line, it means that you're not connected. You have to be connected to get an EEG, otherwise you don't get an EEG. All right, but this is a demo mode. That's why I get this. So weak brain function, all this. Let's take a look at these meanings. I'm going to be sending you in our little group these items. All right. When alpha waves detected come up, it means that it gives an indication that there are sleep disorders, insomnia, chronic fatigue, depression, or attention deficit. But mainly it's an issue of sleep disorders, the alpha waves detected. The first thing I do take a look at if something comes up is the brain trauma. I'm just jumping ahead right now because that's the first thing I want to look for. When I'm looking at the EEG, I want to make sure that there's no brain trauma. As soon as it says brain trauma, the first thing I ask is, have you ever been in an accident? Or have you had a concussion? Have you ever fainted? These are the three questions I ask immediately. And usually they say yes. 99% they'll say yes. But there is a chance that they may say no. Now, the no may mean that they don't remember. They have forgotten. I'm like, well, you haven't ever fainted or fallen down. Sometimes they say, maybe, right? So people do tend to forget, okay, main things that have happened. Now, if they are adamant about saying, no, I've never fainted, no, I've never had a brain trauma, brain kind of accident or whatever, no. Well, then say, well, look, do you have headaches? You may have headaches. And they may say yes. Well, headaches are also an indication of small mini strokes. And as we age, especially not so much for a younger person, but as we do age and get mature, they may bring you an MRI scan and it may say, atrophy because of aging. No, what it says is normal atrophy because of aging. Okay. So all doctors expect a certain atrophy to be present because of aging. All right. And atrophy to the brain is not good, right? But they can't do anything about it because it's a part of aging. They can't do anything. There's no medication nor surgery related to correcting atrophy or small mini strokes. I've had people with the MRI come and says we've mini strokes detected, all normal. And I said, what did the doctor say? It says it's all normal. And that's why I always say, have you done an MRI? And they're like, yes, I have. I said, well, I want to see it. Yeah, but the doctor said it's all normal. Yes, I want to see it because those are the type of things I want to see. If they see small mini strokes or if you see atrophy, normal atrophy, all right? And dryness, because dryness and dehydration causes also atrophy in the brain. Remember, when we are born, we when we're born, our brain is 90% water. As we start getting more mature and aging, and the type of lifestyle that we do starts drying up. So that's the normal atrophy. But the thing is that the more we don't take care of our body, the faster atrophy will come about. I have people that are 15 years younger than me and they're taking medication and they have this and they have that. And they look at me and they can't believe that I am the age I am. I'm 60, right? So I used to not be able to say it because I didn't want to say my age, but now I'm proud of it because I feel that I'm really good for my age, and then I'm not taking any medication, and I'm good. And what I tell my clients is I'm not. It's not that I'm never going to take medication, but the thing is that the longer you, let's say, you don't need it, the better it is for you, right? The more you don't need it. So, because I had one client today and he was 10 years younger than me and he looked a lot older than me. And he's been taking for years already for his high blood pressure and other medications, and he has cholesterol and all this stuff. But he looked kind of fit, but it was because of his stressful life and dehydration and not taking care of himself. And he's like, well, we can't take over 2 or 3 months vitamins. And I looked at him and I said, well, then why can you take medication for the rest of your life? And he looked at me. I said, I've been taking vitamins for the last 25 years, but I don't take any kind of vitamins. I take vitamins that I need. And he's like, yeah, you're right. All right. So, you have to set the record correctly with your clients so they can understand why we need vitamins, why we need to take care of our lifestyle in order to have better results with everything. And everything starts with your EEG. This is your factory. Everything starts from here. The second brain is your digestive and your intestinal, right? But the first is here. If your brain doesn't work as it should, it's not in good condition, and you're not taking care of it because you have to take care of it, then problems will start. So let's get back to this. So brain trauma is this. So if brain trauma comes up in your EEG, you ask them these questions. And if they still say no, they say, well, tell them, then it can be little mini strokes and can be atrophy. We will see later in the matrix, and I'll show you what we do in the matrix to see. Let me show you right now, basically. Let me show you right now. We'll come back here. If brain trauma, just, it's one of the filters I always put is for the brain, brain and building block of serotonin. There's this normal brain function. So remember, my serotonin was a little low, so it can be a brain function, not so much of an intestinal, but I also have to look at it. But the serotonin of the brain for me is low. I'm pineal gland, so I need to work on my melatonin, but the fact remains I do sleep really well. And lately, I don't even wake up in the middle of the night. I used to wake up 2 times a night 2 years ago. Now I don't wake up because I fixed everything, and I'm, really careful, and I'm doing everything I should do, and I'm not even waking up, not even once. But it is coming up still, the melatonin. Okay, it is age related, but I'll have to work on that. Okay. Pons is the pons part of the brain. I know deals with speech. Now, let me ask my friend. Hmm. So the main functions of the pons has to do, it's a connection between the cerebellum and the cerebral cortex, and it helps with coordination, it helps with balance, it helps with posture, it helps with passing the information from the brain to the spinal cord and the sensory, helps with the breathing control, it helps with sleep and arousal and activating those cycles. It also helps with different facial, trigeminal, facial, and abducens movement, lateral movement, and the facial with the tear, the saliva gland, the hearing balance. So basically, the pons has different roles, and it focuses on swallowing, bladder control, eye movement, facial expressions, posture, anxiety. Huh. So damage to pons can create breathing failure, facial paralysis, balance issues. Pons also has to do with memory. All right, so pons. Okay, what I remember, what because I always work on pons also for language for children. That's why I remember it had to do with language, but it's mostly for also the memory so they can remember the words. Probably that. Alzheimer for memory. Interesting. Encephalomalacia, a disease of the brain and the muscles, softening. Okay. Loss of memory. So a lot of memory issues is coming up for me. Encephalitis. This is what I'm also looking for. Encephalitis. Encephalitis is usually after COVID. We do see a lot of encephalitis, inflammation of the brain. I don't see any inflammation of the brain, but a lot of memory issues. And truth being said, because I do have a lot of things on my mind that I feel like I'm overloaded and I do forget, and I'm writing everything down so I don't forget. But remember, because I do forget, if I forget something that you ask me, please don't even think about it. Remind me. Remind me because I do forget. Okay. The thing that I do not like that I see is this one. This is a transient ischemic attack. That's a stroke. It's at a 92 number. Now, the 92 number in blue either means that I've passed something like that and it's still there, like a year ago, or it's something that I do have a slight tendency for. The only way I can see if I did pass through this is if I do an MRI, okay, to see if this something like this has happened. I have had very intense migraine headaches in the past, but over a year and a half to not have an intense headache. So I don't know what's going on there. It's there. I follow it. I jot it down. I take a picture of it, and I remember that this is coming up. But the next thing that really sticks out with everything for me is the sleep issue. I need to sleep and I need to rest, but also the memory. So I do need to work the memory. Now let's go back to the EEG. This is how I see what's going on with the brain in the matrix. Now I think, yeah, when you close the EEG, this is good that I did it, so you know everything is erased. So it's a good thing not to close it. Let's do it one more time. So to see what's going to come up for me. All right, so um, stress pattern, slow waves, brain fatigue, front to back imbalance, impulse control. What these mean, I'm going to send you the PDF, but just for your information, stress. Okay, stress, there's stress. Okay, the good thing is that I don't have brain trauma. Used to come up brain trauma. So that ischemic attack is probably a tendency, or maybe it came up, but I fixed it, and that's why it's not coming up. Um, Again, only through an MRI. But having said that, let me say something. My mom had a stroke last October. And it was leading up to that, and she's 90 years old, and so we do have her as a baby, but we were saying with my sister last October that I think we're losing mom because um, she's not doing so well. Well, she had the stroke, and then we were like on her with our machines, and a lot of vitamins, mega vitamin therapy. I mean, I'm talking about mega vitamin therapy. We're giving her lift offs, we're giving her creatine, we're giving her a lot of proteins, and her electrolytes every day. She's better. We've taken her 10 years back, and the doctors can't believe that she went through a stroke. All right. So through our work and through mega vitamin therapy, we got a 90-year-old woman that was not in such good shape, that had the stroke, that right now it doesn't even show that she went through, and she did exams again. We did an MRI on her and nothing, and they were like, she went through a stroke. She was in the hospital. We have proof that she went through that. And now the MRI is clean. So, things do happen if you do take care of things. So what I'm trying to say is that even if I went through a stroke, that the main matrix is saying that either I have a tendency or I went through it, it's not showing up here. No brain trauma is coming up. So that's good. It means that whatever I'm doing is good. All right. But there is stress, and there is some slow waves detected now, and brain fatigue. Slow waves can be because of brain fatigue. It can also mean because of a lack of minerals, but I am taking a lot of minerals. Um, Slow waves can also mean dehydration, but I am getting hydrated. So there's something there, that something is making my brain tired, and I need to look into that. The front and back imbalance is my eyesight, because remember, the occipital lobe back here is that which gives me my sense of perception, my spatial perception. And the back to front, there's not a good connection. I don't have good perception. It's because of my eyesight. And that can be from the diabetes. Okay, so something's going on there. Or, remember that what's it called? As we age, we get this, I don't know what it's called in English. Hold on. It's when you need the reading glasses as you age. It's age-related farsightedness. It's reading vision loss. It's the presbyopia. Presbyopia in Greek is presbyopia. It's the far-sighted, age-related. It's the reading vision loss. Okay, and the truth being said is that I started wearing these type of glasses as soon as I as soon as my son was born. That was in 2000, my second child, 2003. And the minute it was like a loss of a lot of vitamins. That's what causes it. All right, and ever since then, though, I was taking a lot of vitamins and everything, so I kept it steady. It hasn't worsened since then. I've kept my reading glasses the same number since then. It's not better, but it's not worse. So, but 23 years have passed since then. Okay, so I think that's a plus for me, but there's still an issue there that's coming up. And I think the diabetes is putting that notch up for tired eyes. And impulse control dysfunction has to do with emotions and sensitivities and emotions. Now let's go back to that, um, to this that I have here for you. And let's go one by one of the type of explanations that may come up in the EEG. Alpha waves, as I said, has to do with insomnia, basically, and sleep order disorders. When beta waves detected comes up, it means that there's mental effort and stress. And if something like this comes up twice in the list, it means it's more. It's a more of an issue, right? Unstable beta waves gives an indication of anxiety, agitation, and restlessness. So it's unstable waves is anxiety, whereas beta waves is just the indication of stress and mental effort. That's the difference between these two. Gamma waves is, in turn, has to do with attention deficit, Alzheimer's, epilepsy, also schizophrenia, but mainly attention deficit. And anytime something like this comes up, I said, do you have attention deficit? Yes, definitely. Or do you have stress? Yes, definitely, if it's the beta. Theta has to do with a reduced metabolism, cortical gray matter, and not enough oxygen uptake. Cognitive and learning disabilities can also mean head injuries and brain lesions. Brain lesions are, like tumors and cells forming in the brain, or head injuries. But usually, theta means some gray matter. Some gray matter or not enough oxygen, some cognitive issues or learning disabilities. Brain trauma, we've discussed brain trauma. Frontal lobe has to do with motivating, social behavior, language, speech, planning. It's more emotional though, okay? Or people with migraine headaches here, frontal lobe, migraine headaches. Temporal lobe has to do with understanding language, memory, face recognition, perception, but mainly also for processing auditory. Usually because the temporal lobe is right here, right? So the first thing that this is affected is the ears. And usually if people talk a lot on their phone, I always tell people, wear your I have the wires. I like having these. I know they always get tangled, but they're better than wearing earplugs here that are with the Bluetooth. I see people 10 hours a day with their Bluetooth in their ear, and they're like, I'm wearing them all day. No, you could wear them when you need them, but not all day. Best thing is though these, because this you don't have your phone on your hand, you don't have, you just use these, right? That's the best solution. So here, the imbalance in the temporal lobe many times is caused by frequent or too much use of mobiles placed on the ear. Stress increases the cortisol, epilepsy. Parietal lobe. The parietal lobe has to do with vision. Parietal lobe comes up in the EEG. It's your spatial awareness, your navigation, how you see, the issue with your eyes. So if you see parietal lobes, you ask them, how's your eyesight? Okay, and sometimes this also has to do with excuse me, a confusion or difficulty in writing, difficulty with mathematics or disorders or, language, etc. Occipital lobe imbalance, here again, disorder with vision and blindness and blind spots in the brain itself. Epilepsy, strokes can be a cause as well. Some injuries, some falls, because here, traumas. Okay, sometimes issues with occipital lobe creates hallucinations, etc. Stress pattern, signs, stress pattern. Now, stress came up with me, stress pattern. So stress, negative moods, fear, embarrassment, irritability, and depression. I think with me, it's more with stress. Okay. Gallbladder hypothalamus dysfunction. Now, hypothalamus produces hormones. When you see gallbladder hypothalamus dysfunction, it's a psychosomatic disorder because you're talking about the hypothalamus, which is the hormonal, right, and affecting the digestive system. Now here it says our thermoregulatory system is through the hormones, and it regulates our food intake, our body water content, endocrine reproduction, circadian rhythm. Gallbladder, on the other hand, relies on these hormones to regulate physiological functions, especially melatonin, thyroxine, estrogen, and progesterone, cortisol, all influenced by the hypothalamus. A dysfunction in the hypothalamus gallbladder link caused by hormonal imbalance leads to digestive issues and gallbladder dysfunction. So it's the psychosomatic disorders that we see mostly with the gallbladder hypothalamus connection and dysfunction. Slow waves. I had the slow waves, right? Slow waves. There it was. Slow waves depict seizure or neurological disorder. It is indicative of cerebral dysfunction. It may be seen in brain injuries, learning problems, inability to think, and ADHD. Investigation may be needed to see the cause of the slow waves. However, they may be caused from sleep deprivation, low chronic hydration, mineral deficiencies, and reactions to medications. It's what I was saying, that usually the causes of slow waves is one of these, okay? I didn't go into these issues because slow waves do eventually cause these, and even inability to think. And sometimes it's the memory issues that maybe I do have, or the attention deficit, because sometimes it's just too much information comes at me, I get confused. So, and that can be an issue. I used to have chronic hydration issues, but now I'm really on it and I'm taking care of it. But, there we go. Oxygenation transfer disorder can indicate either low brain oxygenation due to mouth breathing and an inefficient intake of oxygen, apnea, or low oxygen intake of the brain from anemia, inhibited blood circulation to the brain. So anemia or any kind of blockage where the circulation cannot go, it's what I always say, oxygen is connected to the blood or the oxygen intake. And having that front and back imbalance has to do with the eyes. But front and back imbalance, I have a little star, may indicate atrophy, lesions, cysts, or tumors that are blocking the connection there. So I don't know if there's a lesion or a cyst, but there may be some atrophy there for me, and that's why that's coming up. Now, where was I? Here, top and bottom imbalance. Top and bottom imbalance has to do with hormonal issues. I don't have top and bottom, but top and bottom has to do with hormonal issues and affect attention. Okay, and there we go, possible hormonal disruption. But again, there's that little star that has to do maybe with atrophy, lesions, cysts, or tumors. So when you see certain things like that, you You can ask them, have you ever done an MRI? Don't alarm them, because if they don't have headaches, if they don't have a main issue, um, okay, and they haven't done any kind of MRI, leave it at that. They may tell you, well, I had an MRI 2 or 3 years ago, whatever. You can tell them, and they said, the doctor said it was fine. I said, I usually tell them, well, can you bring that so I can see? All right. They're like, yeah, sure, because I explained to them that usually doctors, excuse me, what usually doctors, when they see MRIs, um, they want to see if there's any other issues, like hemorrhaging, like blood clots, like other issues that they can address. If there's like small little cysts or whatever, and they tell you like in 1 year do it again and it's the same size, then they'll say, well, okay, it's nothing, you're fine, no problem. All right. But for us as a holistic approach, these do cause certain deficiencies and there's neurological effects. So, impulse control imbalance, as I said, attention deficit, personality disorders, being obsessive, general impulsive behaviors is the impulse control imbalance. It entails different categories, including personality traits, cognitive function, emotional regulation or interference resolution, brain fatigue, electrical. Oh, brain fatigue. 1 second. Where is that? Brain fatigue. I have brain fatigue, electrical. Can be from limited hydration, what I told you guys before, vitamin deficiency, mineral deficiency, malnutrition, lack of good sleep. Okay, these are basic, even medication. These are basic for the brain fatigue. Okay. So that's that. I'll send you that right as soon as we're finished with class. Now, I can't do the ECG, and I don't have a PDF ready for the ECG. But usually, if let me remember how it comes up. I wonder if anything will come up. I don't think anything will come up. Okay. What we're looking for, okay, here is normal numbers. If it says normal atrial, if it's a normal pulmonary, that's good. All right. Things that we're looking for is, let's say, oscillation disorder. If it says oscillation disorder, it means that there is a tendency for, let's say, tachypalmia, that's a fast heartbeat, or also oscillation disorder can be a heartbeat that's not stable, like it goes da da da, a little slower, and then da da da, unstable heartbeat. All right, so that's also oscillation disorder. So when something like that comes up, we have to see and you ask them, and it's on the spot. Yeah, I do have heartbeats, a fast heartbeat or whatever. Many times it comes up, let's say, intestinal issues, kidney issues, pancreas issues. Now you're saying, why should other sarcoids come up when you're looking at the heart? Well, the heart is also the neurological. We have the heart, okay, and the whole neurological structure of the heart that's connected to the organs. So it gives us indications on how our emotions can affect the organs. All right. And it gives us a story, and it's on the spot. All right. So when you start reading these and start understanding it and start asking questions, are there tendencies in your family? Say if pancreas comes up, well, does your family have a tendency for diabetes? Something's coming up with the pancreas, the lack of joy. I don't, I had a client that came for the first time today, and she didn't have any issues of family related diabetes. Pancreas was coming up though, and a lot of endocrine issues and hormones and digestive issues. So I said, it's a good idea for you to do some tests, and we'll look into it. Okay, it's always, these are indications. So, and for some reason they're coming up, and I always tell the client, I show our client that I believe in this, and for some reason it's coming up. We don't ignore it just because they don't feel it, or just because their blood exams are okay, because they come and they say, but my blood exams are fine. I said, well, I want to see them. And they're like, oh, and then when I see them, I said, well, they're borderline. The doctor may say, yeah, you don't need medication, but we're looking at someone as a whole, and we're looking at tendencies, okay? And this girl that came, it's a young woman that's having a lot of digestive issues. Her sugar, I don't know how her sugar is, but we're going to see. There is digestive issues. Okay, so having said that, always, this is your first thing that you do. When a client comes the first time a client comes, you're going to do the calibration, and then you're going to go directly here. You're going to do their EEG and their ECG, talk with them a little bit, see what's going on, and then you do the testing to go deeper and remember and connect what you've already said. Okay, and that way, you're assessing your client correctly the first time they come, and you're setting the basics. Because a lot of times when they sign and they come in and they give you the medical history that I've already sent you, and they fill it in, people tend to forget, especially accidents. Okay, they don't tell you, or it's not that they hide information, but they forget. Okay, so you get a lot of information from brain trauma, you get information here, and you're setting the groundwork to go further. Now, the next thing that we do want to see is the risk profile. Let me go into the risk profile for assessing your client. This is all part of assessing your client correctly, right? And when we go into the risk profile, let me see here, the risk profile. Now remember, the risk profile, as we said in the technician course, is a categorized matrix. This is categorized. And what it's telling us is that what is your risk? Okay, what is my risk here? And where I am on the risk. So looking at my alarm and adaptation and exhaustion phase, I am between adaptation and exhaustion. And that's not good. This is not good. Even though I feel great, I am here. And I shouldn't be here. I should be here. So tomorrow, we're all going to wake up early for our lesson. But I'm going to sleep early tonight, okay? And I'm going to sleep after. I'm going to rest tomorrow. Tomorrow is a restful day after our class, okay? So I can get back into alarm phase. We'll see where I am tomorrow, okay? And you guys are going to test me. But this is an indication, all right? And this indication, what it's telling us is that I am going towards exhaustion phase, right? And when a person is in exhaustion phase, they are at risk for the risk factors. Okay? This is what it's saying. So let's take a look at the PDF for the risk profile. Here it is, and I'll be sending you this as well. So inflammation means that you need to investigate the inflammation in the body, and somehow the immune system is being compromised. There's symptoms of swelling, pain, irritant, redness. All right. Degeneration is something that you don't want to see ever over 100. You don't want to see anything over 100, basically, but the degeneration is something that we don't want to see, because that has to do with the cancer risks and degenerative factors, okay, and the decline and deterioration of health. So degeneration is not something that you want to see over 100, neither nor 90. Anything over 90 is an issue, right? Remember, anything over 90 is an issue. Now, inflammation, neither we don't want to see. Inflammation has to also do with allergies. It has to do with diabetes. It has to do with cholesterol. In general, it's the swelling, the pain, and redness. All right, so you don't want to see that degeneration. We said stress. That's tension and emotional strain, but stress affects us physically. So we don't want to see either stress. Now, hypoadrenia, that's chronic fatigue, that's adrenal glands, exhausted adrenal glands from chronic stress or infections as well. Hypoadrenia is affected also from too much coffee, okay, because coffee steals from your adrenals and creates chronic fatigue in the long run, all right? Not sleeping enough. A lot of people come to me and they say, no, I sleep enough. And this comes up and I'm like, how many hours do you sleep? And they're like, well, 5 or 6 hours. Yeah, but I've always slept 5 or 6 hours. Yeah, but that's why you have hypoadrenia. All right. One of the pillars of good health is sleeping. The other one is hydration. The other one is good nutrition. The other one is exercise. These are pillars of health. These are our columns. And if one of the column is cracked, your house can crack and it can fall. All right. So hypoadrenia is an issue caused from how a person lives. So that's one part of it, is not sleeping enough. Okay. But it can be also from infections. It can be infections do trigger hypoadrenia, and not to mention not good lifestyle, nutrition. Right, and the caffeinated drinks. Emotions. Investigate emotions. Emotions have to do with, we need to investigate their emotions. What's going on? Is there depression? What is going on with their emotions? And that is their risk profile. That can then create the disruption of hormones and the psychosomatic, right? Infection, investigate infections and their low immune system. Why do they have a low immune system? You need to build their immune system up. Toxicity, you need to go into homotoxicology to investigate the toxicity levels. So each of these risk profiles you need to investigate. Let me go back just one moment. What do you need to investigate with inflammation? Is it an allergic issue? Is it a cholesterol issue? Is it what they're eating? Why do they have inflammation? The woman today that came to me that had inflammation is because she's not drinking enough water. She's not drinking filtered water. Also, her food is not so healthy, but also there was an issue for inflammation for her. There was a lot of heavy metals that I was, and Toxicity does cause an event. So some of these are interrelated. Toxicity can cause inflammation. Toxicity can cause degeneration. Okay, these even stress can cause toxicity. So some of these things are interrelated that need further investigation. But your risk profile puts it in hierarchy. What are your main issues? Um, So with toxicity, you can go into the homotoxicology and investigate this thoroughly. Trauma. What is it about trauma? What did we see? Somewhere we saw for me trauma in the aggravations, right? It can be physical trauma, it can be emotional trauma. So this needs to be investigated even with past life. We're going to be going into past life. Okay, that is really interesting. Past life has to do with, miasms, has to do with DNA, has to do with your past life that has led you today. And some people, especially, it's like people are stuck. Sometimes in this life, they are stuck for some reason, and they always seem to live the same, let's say, mistake, and they're not learning from their mistakes. Sometimes this has to do with past life and something being stuck there. So we'll get into that. Okay, but trauma, may even have to do with that. It may be this life, but it may also be past life. We're going to get into that. That's an interesting subject that we're going to get into. Let's see. What else? Where trauma? Inherited, genetic tendency, again, or past life. So if we see inherited, we'll have to look into the chromosomes. We're going to have to look into the trivector DNA, see what's going on there, genetic tendency, but also the past life. And also miasms. I should have said miasms here too. Vitamin deficiency or excess has to do with the nutritional panel. So we need to investigate the nutritional panel, see if there's malabsorption syndromes, leaky gut syndromes. Okay, vitamin deficiency or excess can be eating, not having a malabsorption syndrome, not eating enough, or eating too much of the same things and not a variety of things. All right, that's the vitamin deficiency or excess, or eating too much in general, too much excess, and that's to being too heavy. They can't eat too much, but it's usually vitamin deficiency or excess means eating too much of the same things and not having a variety. Cardiovascular, you need to look and investigate into the blood, the circulations, but also emotions, because remember, the heart is the center of all emotions. So if we see cardiovascular, it may be also with emotions, but it's a circulatory issue, definitely a blood issue. You need to look into that. Hormonal, and our whole body is a matter of biochemistry and our hormones, the neurotransmitters. Okay, your thyroid, your endocrine, and emotions. It may entail fertility issues. It may have a decreased libido or sexual dysfunction or vaginal dryness. Can indicate weight changes, insulin resistance, mood disorders, cognitive impairment, osteoporosis, sleep disorders, hair loss. The list is endless because it is our biochemistry. But mainly you have to look into your nutrition, you have to look into your lifestyle. So, if a person has, any kind of even digestive issues, even, digestive issues are sometimes interrelated with the hormones. And women in their cycle, right before their period, they may encounter all sorts of emotional imbalance, digestive issues, headaches, you name it, whatever. Okay, so that's another issue that needs to be investigated. Lymphatic, investigate the lymphatics. Investigate when you see lymphatics, check and search the matrix where leukemia is at, where lymphoma is at. Is there any blockage for the lymphatics in the matrix? See why lymphatic. Is it a toxicity issue? Is it an infective issue? Is it an emotional issue? Many times emotions block the lymphatic. The lymphatic is something that only exercise as movement can open. Do they exercise? Remember what I said before, exercise is one of the main pillars of good health, along with the sleeping, along with the hydration, along with the nutrition. So exercise is something that, and it's the only thing that can open up your lymphatic and unblock your lymphatic, along, of course, with the hydration. Hydration is also very important for our lymph. Liver issues, you look into your homotoxicology, see what can be blocking the liver issues. You need to look into dark field analysis. We're going to be doing that tomorrow morning. Homotoxicology and dark field analysis and lifestyle in general. Usually the emotion connection to liver is anger. So people who get angry easily also have liver issues and vice versa. So liver issues also causes anger. Like that's why people who tend to drink a lot also get angry easily. All right. Kidney issues. Look again into the homotoxicology and dark field analysis and lifestyle functions. Emotions connected to kidney are fear. Okay, fear and phobia. So people who have fear in general have weak kidneys. Digestion. In the digestion, we're going to have to look into the nutritional panel, but also the homotoxicology again. Also, connective tissue. These are what are signs of connective tissue issues. Connective tissue is usually indication of swollen heads, swollen fingers, muscle pain, joint pain, rashes, generally feeling unwell. This can also be increased with fatigue and mild fever. There's many types of connective tissue disorders like rheumatoid arthritis, like lupus, like all sorts of autoimmune issues have to do with connective tissue. It's not only the connective tissue that has to do with our joints, but it has to do with the outer rim of the cell. That is the connective tissue, okay? And what's holding our cell together. And when the connective tissue is weak, our immune system tends to fall, okay? And that's where all these disorders start coming into play. Now, bone has to do with osteo and osteoporosis, but it's a good idea to also look into leukemia. Now, look at this. Bone is one of my top issues. Now, osteomalacia was coming up, the softness of my bones. Remember in the beginning? No, 1 second. I don't want to close the. Let me just do a little quick treat. And the reason why I'm doing the quick treat is because I want the Matrix Explorer. It's a good idea always to have your Matrix Explorer open because that helps you so you don't need to be idle while you're doing a therapy, but you don't need to close a panel either if you want to look into your matrix. Now, what I want to see is in the my Matrix Explorer for the bone is the leukemia. Where is leukemia? Why is bone coming up for me? It's not under our, so sorry. Leukemia. Hmm. Portal cirrhosis, that's damaged liver cells. Huh. Lymphopathia. So spleen enlargement and congestion has to do with liver cirrhosis, anemia. So some of these Banty diseases coming up, spleen enlargement. All right. Leukemia, lymphoma. Let's look at the bones. Yeah. Let me look at the osteo again, what the number for osteomalacia was. Osteo. It's at 96. So I don't have really reds coming up for that, but why? Why? Let's look at this again. For bone, look at the bones, look at osteo, weakness of bones, so the osteomalacia, osteoporosis, pain. Well, can be cranial as well. No, it's around the ear. Now, this is interesting. Now, cranial and around the ear. Okay. Because for some reason it's coming up. Now, let's look at dental. There we go. Dental nosodes, connective tissue. Connective tissue in the reds. Where's connective tissue here? It's down in the chronic. Okay, so why would that? Bones. Bones is trying to tell me something with my bones. Now, either I need to be careful due to the age factor. Let's look a little bit at hormones too. Hormones. Because of the age factor and the estrogen, and it's giving me I need to have more magnesium to help with the kidney stones and the hypoadrenia, yeah, and estrogen. Estrogen issues. Let's take a look at the parathyroid. All right, the parathyroid. The parathyroid is the organ involved for calcium absorption and bones. So parathyroid. No, nothing really in the reds coming up. How about thyroid in general? Graves was coming up, remember? Hypothyroid. It's in the fuchsia. Wasn't Graves coming up? Bones. For some reason, we need to get into the calcium disease. Huh. Let's take a look. Calcium. Okay, I think we need to look for the bones into the nutrition profile. Let's look a little bit in the nutrition. Do we have nutrition here? Home talks, here. Nutrition. Okay, so whatever's coming up, you need to take a deeper look and investigate why this is coming up. So, nutrition here for me now, omega, which are the vitamins for our bones? It's vitamin D, which I need, omega, which is border what that I need, vitamin K, which I need. Okay, and the truth being said is that lately I have been forgetting to take it. Okay, so I need to focus on taking it more. Okay, apparently. Okay, the device is always trying to tell you a story. You just need to understand. Now, in the matrix, I wasn't getting any information. So I was thinking, where? So it's probably the vitamins. And look, oh God, this is telling me. It's always telling us a story. The second one was vitamin deficiency. There we go. So it's a story being told. Remember what I said in the beginning when we were looking at the matrix? It's what's above, what's below, so we can understand what's trying to be said. So it was a matter of vitamin deficiency. And the third one, lo and behold, is liver. Now, when we're talking about liver, what did the risk panel say here about the liver? The liver has to do with homotoxicology, the dark field analysis, lifestyle. Okay, and we did see milk thistle for me. We did see milk thistle. We saw some toxicity there. And inflammation there. Look, inflammation. Inflammation is an indication of, okay, so look, I am trying to reduce the belly. It has been reduced a lot, but it's still there. And and the fatty over the organs does cause inflammation and does cause issues of cholesterol. It's the fatty, right? So I need to have more of the omega-3s. That will help. I need to do more of my exercise. That will help to reduce the inflammation and reduce the allergy. So it's it's a story being told here. All my top items have to work together. If I start working these all together and looking into what it is that is triggering the issue for the bone, the one will help with the other. All right, let's go back here. The bone, right? So the water alkaline, what's this? This is where we need to look into the health of the kidney and the health of the lungs to ensure good pH level, which should be between 7.35 and 7.45. Check for possible acidosis or alkalosis, creating low calcium levels, causing headaches, lethargy, weakness, disorientation, seizures, or coma. Check if there's an imbalance of electrolytes in the blood, okay, with the water alkaline. Can also be an issue of medication, okay? Also, excess diarrhea or excessive urination can also bring the water alkaline off, okay? Blood, look for stress concerning blood pressure, health of blood, circulation, infections of the blood, leukemia tendency, all right? We looked into that. So when we look into the blood, oh, I closed okay, so if we look into the blood, let's look here into the blood. Okay, so we're looking if we see, leukemia. Here we see uric acid. Now here, uric acid can be with too much acidity or not enough water. Usually dehydration creates uric acid as well. Okay. Environmental. What does environmental means? It means that a person is subjected to psychological response of their environment, work environment, family environment. A person is stressed because of living in different situations with the environment. Environmental stressors are usually considered to fall into one of four distinct categories: cataclysmic events, stressful life events, daily hassles, or ambient stressors. So cataclysmic events is like, something really terrible happened all of a sudden. A stressful life events in general, stressful life events happen. It's the daily hassles that a person may encounter, all the trivialities of daily life that stresses them, or ambient stressors. Okay. Allergy has to do with, again, with inflammation, has to do with mucus, and it takes the form. The symptoms of allergies can be headaches, can be digestive, can be mucus, can be, different things. What is emotional risk? Here, with the emotional risk, you need to do brainwave training. You need to work with the NLP, with biofeedback systemic relaxation, and look into the hormones and nutrition as well. What's the difference between emotional risk and emotions in general? Emotions are more emotions, but emotional risk is where you need to work also more deeply into the NLP and biofeedback systemic relaxation, and look into the hormones as well. Circulation is blood pressure. It's health of the blood, circulatory infections of the blood. So circulation is very similar again to the blood, okay, as also is the liver, etc. So these are intertwined. Immune system is the immune system. Immune system is the thymus, the spleen, the tonsils, the appendix, but also the lymph, the bone marrow, and the blood. So you look for inflammation here, you look for infections, you look into the bacteria, the virus, the parasites, but you also look into the organs involved, which is, as I said, the thymus, the spleen, the tonsils, but the lymph and the bone marrow and the blood. Radiation, look in their environment. Where are they exposed in for radiation? But not only. We are all exposed to radiation. And unfortunately, we are living in an era of high technology. We cannot live without our technology, and it's everywhere. Like I said, like in my office, my architect put next to me a server that I have to see what I have to do with that. And there's radiation all over the place. But the thing is that we need to do certain things in our lives to help balance and counterbalance the radiation we are exposed to. How do we do that? We do biofeedback and reduce the radiation there. And I'll be showing you, there's a lesson on that too, on what we do to reduce radiation. But also important is to eat enough fruits and vegetables, because with fruits and vegetables, we have our antioxidants to detox from the radiation. That's one. So we need to work and eat enough fruits and vegetables for that cause, to detox from the radiation. We also need to have enough iodine in our diet to help us detox the radiation. A good way we say in Greece, because we have our oceans, is, in the summer, and as many months as you can, be in the sea for at least 20 minutes to 40 minutes. That detoxes you from radiation because of the iodine of the sea salt. But usually what we say is, try to have good salt. Use good salt. Not overdo the salt, but the salt that you use is to be good salt. And what do we mean by good salt? Good sea salt that has also the iodine that and the different minerals to help us detox from the radiation. Okay. And we need to drink enough good water, good filtered water, right? Bacteria, fungus, virus, parasites, amoebas, all we need to investigate the colonies, we need to investigate the infections and zap them. We need to zap them, and we investigate through homotoxicology, but through the matrix as well. And auto zap them. We need to auto zap them. Food poisoning. Now, depending on where we see the food poisoning, if we're talking about the risk panel, in the risk panel, when we see food poisoning, it means that the food we are eating, no matter how good it is not compatible with our blood type. Food poisoning in the risk panel has to do with the blood type and dietary issues that need to be changed. Blood type A, blood type O, blood type ABO, AB. I'm sorry. Blood type A, blood type B, blood type O, and blood type AB. Right? So these are the 4 type of blood types, and I'll be showing you. It's according to Dr. Peter Diamo. He's written a lot of books on the blood type, and basically it is very restricting. But what we usually say is when we're doing quantum biofeedback, and a blood food poisoning does come up, they need to do at least the blood type of diet plan for 1 month to get that inflammation down. Okay, to get that inflammation down, and to do their quantum biofeedback so they can reset their body. Okay, and then start going into that. We're going to be tomorrow we'll go into the dietary plan and the blood types with the food in the blood dictionary. Sugar regulation, it's high or low insulin and glucose levels. This is where there is a tendency. And we need more information and investigation for the endocrine system, for the hormonal disruption. If neurological comes up in the risk profile, you need to investigate neurological stress. It's a brain stress, right? And imbalance of any neural circuitry affecting cognition, decision making, anxiety and mood and behavioral states. Okay, this is neurological. Sensory, high senses, sensitivity to hearing, to sight, to touch, to smell, to taste. Sensory can indicate autism in the spectrum, attention deficit, hyperactivity disorder, anxiety. It may identify brain processes and informational and stimuli in general. Now, cholesterol, you need to check their liver function. The cholesterol is an indicative of liver and fatty liver. All right. So we also need to check, it's not always high cholesterol that comes up. The cholesterol can also indicate very low cholesterol, and that is also not good. We don't want our cholesterol too low, but we don't want it too high. Balance. All right, respiratory. Respiratory issues indicate blood vessels, lungs, the transport of oxygenation and carbon dioxide. Oxidative stress means and risk is a production of free radicals. Oxidative stress can lead to fatigue, memory loss, muscle or joint pains, wrinkles, gray hair, right? Decreased eyesight, headache, sensitivity, lifestyle, smoking, alcohol consumption, improper diet, all these lead to oxidative stress. Okay. Hydration. Hydration is dehydration. It means dehydration. You need to investigate that. Now, I have seen people who do not drink enough water. Their hydration is normal here. Let me show you. Their hydration may be normal here. They don't drink enough water, but it's either one of the two numbers that make the story, the electron and the electrolytes and the hydration. Because sometimes they don't drink enough water, so the body retains all the water the little that they do, and they don't take the water out. But you see the improper electrolytes, okay? The balance is having the correct hydration and the correct electrolytes. Okay, that's the balance that we are looking for, so that we know that they are drinking enough water. But because, as I said, sometimes the body goes into war mode. And what does this mean? People are not drinking enough water, so the body says, okay, I'm going to hold on to whatever I have so I don't get dehydrated. So sometimes the body does that for us. So you need to beware, because you may say, oh, your hydration is well. And they're like, well, I didn't drink enough water. Oh, okay. So be careful before you say that. Well, I see your hydration is well, but let's take a look at the electrolytes. Oh, your electrolytes are off. So what's going on? Are you drinking enough water, or are you not eating enough fruit and vegetables? Are you drinking water, but maybe you're drinking too much water and not enough salt? I know a lot of people who drink a lot of water and eat no salt because they thought it was good for them. No apparent reason. And I am like, no. People who have high blood pressure won't eat salt, and they're taking certain medications, cortisone. What are you doing? Oh, I just thought I was doing something healthy. I'm like, no. Healthy is everything in balance. So we need to drink our water, but you also need your salt, your correct salt intake with the correct minerals. Okay, so everything is balanced. And so you need to discuss with your client what's going on with them. What else? Hydration and cognition. Investigate the thought process. Cognitive risk is usually people who overthink. Too many thoughts, overthinkers. All right, and it really affects them. It really stresses them. Okay, we also talked about the Cellier bar of being in adaptation, alarm, or exhaustion phase. Okay, so I'll be showing you I'll be sending you all this. So we went over our course today and everything that we need, but we still have till 8:20 or 8:25. So we still have another 15 minutes. So I'll just go on. Let's take a look at tomorrow's lesson, since we're going to move forward, okay? So here, since we're talking about the risk profile, let me just show you one moment. Remember I talked about the food poisoning, right? The food poisoning has to do with the blood type and the foods that a person may be eating that may be considered healthy, but it's not healthy for them because they don't have that blood type. What I'm trying to say is a person may be eating super, super healthy and still have issues, and the food poisoning is up there. Like they're eating avocado, like they're eating, vegetables and this and that, but it's not good for them, right? And because it's food poisoning is coming up, and for some reason their tummy is bloated, they're not feeling good, they're feeling fatigue, etc. So this is when you see the food poisoning, you need to go to the blood analysis library, right? And you go to the blood dictionary here, and it opens up the blood analysis, the blood type diet by Dr. Peter J. Adamo. All right. Now, what this is saying is, let's say I'm type O. So you click on O, right? And it tells me what's highly beneficial, neutral, or what to avoid for the meats, the seafood, the dairy products, the oils, the nuts, the beans, the cereals, etc., etc. So let's go to the meat. For me, I need to avoid bacon, goose, ham, and pork. This is not good for me. If I eat any of these, I will not be well. And that's if, though, the food poisoning comes up in the tops. Okay, because this is not for everyone. Not everything is for everyone. This is good to follow if a person comes up with the food poisoning. All right, in the risk profile. Seafood. So let me explain. Highly beneficial means that it's also, these foods here are also therapeutic for me. Neutral, they're neutral. They don't do bad, but they're not therapeutic. All right. Now, I personally, as I said, this is for people that food poisoning does come up, right? Food poisoning did not come up for me. I eat a lot of chicken. It's neutral for me. It's not highly beneficial, but it's not something that does bad for me. It's neutral, right? So, whenever I eat chicken, though, I feel like I lose weight. It's light for me, and it's really good for me. Also with lamb. Now, some of these things I don't even touch. I don't eat. Okay, so as I said, the blood type you follow when food poisoning comes up. So seafood, things to avoid for me are these. Octopus. I love octopus. Now, truth being said, maybe it does bother me and I haven't noticed it, but since it doesn't come up for the risk panel, that's fine. I don't need to follow it. But this is something, that you can give a guideline to a person. If, let's say, like my husband and my children are blood type A and food poisoning came up, I would have to look here for vitamin A, let's say for the meats. Blood type A is a blood type that is mostly vegetarian. See, look, there is no highly beneficial meats for them. They have only these three neutral. They can eat chicken, Bacon, a poisson, a poussin, and turkey, it's neutral. It won't do bad. It won't do, it's not therapeutic, but all these kinds of meats they have to avoid. It's bad for them. Uh, as I said, blood type A is mostly vegetarian. Seafood, they can have some seafood. Dairy products, they can have some dairy products. They have to avoid these though. Oils and fats, nuts and seeds. Look, uh, um, type A cannot eat cashews. Okay, beans and potatoes. Wow, they cannot eat chickpeas. Like, look at for me for blood type O, beans, lentils. Whereas I love lentils, and yet they don't suit blood type O. But having said that, again, as I said, I don't have an issue with the blood food poisoning. Fruits, let's see, fruits for blood type O. These are highly beneficial. These are neutral. These are I need to avoid. Okay. How about for blood type A? Bananas. They cannot eat bananas. All right. Anyhow, so you get the idea, right? So what you do here is look, type A, blood type A. Can I eat apricots, lemons? No, these are highly beneficial. How about for their vegetables, avocados? Avocado is neutral for them. They can't eat tomatoes. They can't eat yams, sweet potatoes, peppers. There's mushrooms. They can't eat mushrooms, cabbage, aubergines. Okay, so these are foods that they shouldn't eat. All right, and as I said, this is really limited. And so you limit their intake of certain foods. So what I suggest is people don't do this diet over a month. You can do it if it's food poisoning for a month. And within that month, it's just a reset for them. And then they slowly start adding in again their foods. What we do is if something has triggered somebody and they ate it and they feel it, like you can see if someone had avocado. You click on avocado, it comes up here, and you do avocado, sorry. You double click. No, cleanse selection. Yeah. You cleanse your selection. And in order for it to be rectified, cleansed out, it needs to turn green. Let's see. No, it's not. It's still red, so you need to cleanse it again. Still red, so you cleanse it again. You cleanse it over and over again. You can click on a couple of items and it'll work on them, let's say, all together. Like say if a person ate cucumbers, celery, cauliflower, beetroot, and avocado, and asparagus, let's say. Okay, and they also had aubergines and tomatoes. So you can cleanse that list. All right, now let's see. So go down the list and work it. Now the cucumber turned green, so that's fine. The celery didn't rectify. All right, so what didn't cucumber, aubergines, and tomatoes corrected, but celery, cauliflower, beetroots, avocado, and asparagus did not. So what I can do is take the ones that cleared out and redo it over and over again until those clear. So that this way I reduce the negative reaction of these foods on me. You got it? This is the target of reducing what I ate these days, let's say, that I shouldn't have if food poisoning did come up. So, having done that, we are ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we'll be together at 9 a.m. With our morning breakfast and drinks. Okay. Um, uh, just understand that each lesson will have a different link. So tomorrow morning, just like let's say 5 minutes to 9, I'll send you, or 9 o'clock, I'll send you the link, and just be online and ready so we can start. Okay. I send you my love, wishing you a beautiful Saturday night, and we'll be tomorrow together. If you have any questions for today, let me know and we'll go over them tomorrow together. Okay? Sending you my love. Bye bye.